Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Saturday. It's the weekend. Jump for joy, folks. Jump for joy. It's the weekend. Y'all made it. Made another work week go by. Another week passed. Hope y'all enjoy. Today we're going to do a little Scandinavian traveling. Heading from the Norwegian side over to the Swedish side. Starting in Bergen and ending up today in Stockholm with a stop off in, Stockholm with a stop off in Oslo. So, hope y'all enjoy. Today, the animal is the A320NEO sitting on the line for Scandinavian Airlines, SAS for short. So, without further ado, let's hop up in the cockpit, get this thing going, shall we? All right, again, folks, it's an Airbus. I mean, it's pretty, Airbus kept things simple here. The differences are on the exterior and in the aircraft itself. So, starting this thing up, going through the procedures is like doing that for any Airbus out there. And I just realized how your captain here forgot to pull out his checklist. So hang on, there he goes. Man, I tell you, somebody's going to have to do something about that captain. All right, there we go. Got everything. Thought I had it all set up, ready to go, but you just always forget that one thing. All right, one quick note here. We are in X-Plane 12. We all know that. That's pretty much the only thing you will see here is X-Plane. Call me the alternative. 2, we are in X-Plane 12, 1.0 beta 5. And if you want to find out what all that means, hook up with the X-Plane Discord channel. You can read in their release notes what's all happened. For those of you wanting to test it out, there is a fix for frame rate issues. This guy's not going to do it. I don't think I want to risk any problems. And I'm just a very conservative person, folks. I go on this very one assumption. If it ain't broke, I sure as hell ain't going to break it anymore. So we aren't doing anything. So even though I could say I have a frame rate issue, I'm not certain it's all relatable here. All right, so let's step it up. And why did that? Oh my goodness. Hang on, I just realized my title didn't change. Hang on, let's get this fixed up here in a jiffy. Hopefully that jiffy isn't Jiffy Peanut Butter and it sticks and takes me a long time. All right, hang on, folks. My total bad here. Oh, you hate that when you think you had it. And I mean, I had a lot of little things hitting us. We had a X-Plane 12, X-Pilot update. That hit us right at the end and caused me to be a little delayed. Didn't know it was out there. Here we go. Yeah, I know. And some of you are coming on going, I know you say it's an Airbus 11, but no, it's not the Airbus 11, folks. It's that loose nut behind the stick got loose, and he forgot to change the title. think I can get away with. And real quick, even though if we were to shut down, the damage is already done. Oh, I hate myself when I do these things. All right, let me get over to one other page here real quick. All right, so that should change up the title. And again, my apologies, folks. And let me get into a utility I use to help us along, since you may have been, so y'all understand these things do happen. Where did I put it? Here? Oh. And I'm going to all right, we're going to get a timer going just for this, so that way people coming in and thinking he really wasn't kidding, the MD-11 does look like an Airbus, they understand what happened. All right, again, sorry for that. Sorry I didn't have any moderators to catch that and fort it, but we got it. And we did it in pretty good record time, 10 minutes, so not bad. All right, so let's do this thing. Let's get Sim Toolkit. Let's get back on track and get this plane over there, shall we? Sim Toolkit is the animal I like to use. I know a lot of you use Volanta, some for the nice overlay that it gives. Mine's pretty boring. I get it, but it gets the job done, lets you know what's ahead of us. All right, so we are on Sim Toolkit, what's called the dashboard. It gives you a nice little highlight for those of you that fly over at IVAO, as well as VATSIM. Some of it's coming up. All right, so you can see a whole bunch of things here. However, we're going to head to the flight planning, and you can see I'm going to leave this open for just a second. You can see I can do flight planning, VFR planning, flight schedules. What that does is a couple of different ways, but you can actually look at what the real world does wherever you want. Say, okay, I landed at Bergen. What the heck? You could actually go in, see the flights that go in and out. Be it 747s, I don't think they get those, but they might, all the way down to the little puddle jump airliners, the turboprop and regional jet. All the way down to you can put your aircraft tail numbers in there you need. Screenshots are there. So a whole lot, and for streamers and normal, just plain old, I'm not streaming, I just want something to, you get a great flying map here to see what's ahead of you and all of that great stuff. So I use it for that. We're going to spotlight flight planning. At the end of the flight, we'll spotlight where I learn from my mistakes, or my landings as I call them. All right, so here's the flight, to first leg of the flight. Bergen, Oslo. So Currently, we're slated to go off runway 35, and there's our routing. Here's the aircraft, VATSIM, and fly now. All right, so now you can kind of see the nastiness that we may have to fly by or fly through to get into Oslo and then over here to Stockholm. Okay, the thing it does though, okay, with SimBrief, folks, everything you're going to find out in the flight sim world now seems to revolve around NavGraph. NavGraph has our FMC and new feature, folks, for those of you coming out of the dark ages like me 3 years ago of FSX and prepared. They actually can update the simulator's internal navigation database, not just your FMCs. That's an amazing thing, folks. Although we ran into a problem, somehow Shanghai has not many ILSs there. And that's the wrong place to not have ILSs. So, or any kind of an instrument landing setup. I don't know if that was an actual X-plane thing or if NavGraph missed something. Who knows? Hey, folks, they're human. Things can go awry that way. But now, SimBrief or NavGraph acquired SimBrief, which allows us, as you've all seen, make phenomenal flight plans, very similar to what the airlines do. And I'm going to show they've kicked that up a notch as of the beginning of back on Memorial Day for the United States, Monday for everyone else. Okay, so here we are. We can come up here, click our load sheet. We got 145 people will load. We'll be putting on 10,000, maybe 11,000 pounds of fuel. We'll see how that works out. Payload expected around 31,900. Zero fuel weight around 129,651 pounds. Cost index 30. And we're going to hopefully on this flight get up to 31,000. Got a lot of rain in between us, so with that, let's see what's actually happening on the ground. We'll go to the weather brief. Okay, looks like 3.5 looks like a really good animal out of here. 320 at 15 are our winds. Visibility, for the most part, looks unlimited. And we got a few pesky clouds based at 4,000. Okay, so now there is a remark that wind at 1,200 feet was recorded at 3:30 at 25 knots. Wow. So get ready for a little kick in our step on the way out. All right, down here over at Oslo, Echo November Golf Mike. Currently, the winds are 220, so we're aiming, we'll just go ahead and do it, 19 right. I don't know if that's going to be the right runway or not. Temperature 22 degrees Celsius. Oh, the mucklucks and the scarves and the gloves are needed. Oh, wait, that's Celsius. 71 degrees, folks, for those of you in the land of Fahrenheit. Okay, get rid of the scarves, gloves, and mucklucks. But anyway, we've got a variable wind. Currently, they're calling it 230 at 5, but it's variable from 180 to 270. We have thunder or cumulus, building clouds, 4,900 foot base, but again, they're few. So there's no ceiling here in Oslo to worry about at the moment. We got to get in the air, get there before we can say no ceiling. So, all right, so there we go there. And I'm going to do a quick file this flight plan because things just would not line up right for me this morning. There we go. There we go. Now, that is definitely not going to be met. 15:55 Zulu departure. Yeah, we're not going to get this girl ready to go that quick. So let's go for 2025. Wait, why did I just say what I said? How about 16? Ooh, doggy. All right, and there's our flight plan minus. Why did it not bring over? Well, that's kind of weird. I'll put it in there. Unless somebody's saying, you will do as we tell you to do, and if you don't like it, you will like it. All right, where's my specialties for here? Hang on, I gotta always put my nav data in. And my RVR acceptable. And file it. All right. We got all the pleasantries taken care of, folks. Let's get rid of Sim Toolkit and get this thing planned up. What do you think? All right, let me just get one other program up and running here, because we'll need it here in a few minutes. He says cautiously, why is that? There it goes. It's going, I don't think I really like your flight plan. All right, so welcome in, folks. Flying with Mike. We are not flying the emailed information to our followers and subscribers. We are flying this today, so you're aware. You know I make fun of the MD-11 as the Airbus 11. No, we are not in the MD-11, folks. So, my bad. Of all the things I got hung and running behind on, ran down a rabbit hole basically working for something for next week and got caught on time. Missed changing the title and live notification. So, there is what we're flying today. Bergen to Oslo to Stockholm. Norwegian Scandinavian Delight. All right, let's get this bird in the air, shall we? Oh, a couple clicks here and my checklist will be ready. All right, so we're going to head up top here to the overhead. Battery obviously is on, folks. You saw the screens nicely lit up saying no data. So we know the batteries and the external power are on. The ground control button is on, and what that allows for us, bear with me a second, is a test. And it's not a test of the emergency broadcast system, a test of the cockpit voice recorder. So they can nitpick us behind doors at what we said in flight. No. All right, fuel pumps are off, and let's do our engine and APU fire checks. See, I hate this. The only thing I wish Toliss would fix is how to make this stay on so we can check. Oh well. Still a really good aircraft, folks. The realism in here is unbelievable. Okay, so those fire checks worked out. Let's get down here and start putting some go-go juice in it and some people. That's what we're all here for today. Okay, external power and chocks are on. If you want and don't have, and shame on you if you don't have better pushback, you have one in here. Better pushback is free, and it is a better pushback than this. All right, let's get over here, get our fuel again. Bear with me here, folks. Looking for my sim brief. There it is. Okay, now remember I said we're putting 10,800 in, but it might be 11,000. Here's why. All right, I can only do 200-pound increments. I don't know how to switch it to more accurate, but you know what? We'll take it up, take the extra 200-ish pounds. Actually, it's about 184 pounds. Just counting. Until the engine goes, I was, and runs out. Okay, so we're requesting fuel. Stick our noggin outside the airplane. Hey, look, the fuel truck comes in and right through the loader. I always loved that. Reminds me of when I worked at the airport. All right, and they're refueling. In this case, lowering our fuel to the 11,000 mark. All right, but as long as it says refueling there, folks, the truck's over there. All right. And let's go to the next page. Okay, this may change. We'll find out when we do our checks. Okay, let's go to page 2. We need 145. And they're loaded. Okay, now with all of that put in here, we'll come up here to the EFB, weight and balance, hit reset to current. So it's taking whatever you've stuffed in this plane down below or on the ISCS program found in the plugins down here. And it's now showing you. So we're shooting, again, everything I do, folks, aims to get as close to the zero fuel weight as possible. So 129,651 is what our sim briefed zero fuel weight was. And we're at 129,651 or 55. Put the extra 4 pounds on the plane. Anyway, we'll go with this, folks. I'm perfect. It's fine. We, again, cannot lower these. They're in 200 increments. No biggie. All right, so we are set. Back to the checklist. Hang on a second here, folks. There we go. Okay, so we've got our peeps. We are being fueled. We're almost there. We're about 600 pounds away, and then we'll crank up that APU to make it comfortable in here for Muffy and Buffy. You know, they wouldn't want to go to Oslo or Stockholm with a little sniffle. Almost. Uh-oh, we're going to see the truck leave probably right about now. Let's find out. And I think it's already gone. There it goes. Hasta la Vega, baby. All right, he's gone. All right, so we've got our fuel. Let's head up top. Let's kick over the APU. All right, and we need to clear. All right, so what we're doing here, folks, currently a system check is going on in the APU, as well as getting that little flap open so that it can take in the air for the jet engine to actually work back there. Yes, the APU is a jet engine. I'll give you a little fun fact. If I remember right, I'm trying to get the DC-9 used the old T-37 Tweety Bird engines. They were little, folks. It was a little airplane. And I've heard this. I mean, you look at this on the side of it. I've heard that the DC-9 engine was an APU on the C5. That's a big stretch to me. That's a big engine. But they're jet engines, folks, and that's what's pushing the air to start. and things run the electrics and all of that. I don't know the DC-9 engine. That's a big aircraft, folks. But those littler ones, yeah, they could do a lot. And if someone in the chat says that is so true, I'm gonna like, what? Okay, the flap's open. Let's start it. All right, and it is starting up, and I think it's pretty close to the real time on it. At the airport, I didn't go out with a stopwatch and go, okay, let's see what the real one does, and then let's see what the simulator does. I think it's pretty real. So, some aircraft in the flight simulator, boom, APU's on. Others drag, and I don't know if those aircraft drag. This one and the Zibo seem to be pretty good in my opinion of time-wise. All right, and there it is available. All right. Cockpit signs, lights, and so forth. Well, we've got our lighting already set. Let's check the bulbs. Okay, they're all lit up here. All lit here. And down here. The reason I was a little disappointed with the fire checks, you see, you actually can check these. They actually go off under your engine master switches plus. Now, they're not going to light up here, but they also show up here. That's where I get a little disappointed. But again, folks, the level of detail in this plane outdoes many out there. Really does. And for me, you know, it used to in X-Plane 12 allow me to let those hang on. I can't seem to make that happen in X-Plane 12. In X-Plane 11, I could go down with them still buzzing. So, oh well, you know, trade one for a better sim, trade, you know, hey, we're not going to get into that. Okay, so the cockpit lights were checked, and they are back to normal. Down here, we've got our spoilers, not armed, and retracted. You do not see, if they were armed, you'd see that white ribbon. Flaps are 0, and showing up here, 0. This is your only flap gauge, folks. Does not hide anywhere else in this cockpit, so hopefully your screens don't go out. I'm sure there's a contingency. Let's see. Back up to the overhead. Probe heats off and the APU bleed coming on. With that, we are now making the airplane now comfortable for those traveling. We don't want them to feel in any way like a sniffle coming on or maybe a cough. So, air conditioning panel is currently set where I want it. Pack flow is set. Cross bleed is in auto. And Gen 1 and Gen 2. I'm just taking my cue from how the aircraft manufacturers count. They go, well, we'll show you here in a minute. Gen 1, Gen 2, and fault. Electrical panel, all other lights are out. Ventilation looks good. Let's talk about these aircraft manufacturers, shall we? Anyone notice anything in the way Airbus counts? Don't think I'm knocking Airbus only. Boeing does too. IR1, IR2, IR3. Now, last I did not, when I went through, and this could be a change. I know it's been how many thousands of years since I've been in school? They could have counted this way today. We didn't back then, but normally we go 1, 2, 3, not 1, 3, 2. Anyway, I like having fun with that, folks. Let's get IR1. No, we're not going to sound the cargo alarm. R2 over here. Oh my. Okay, and number 3. Now, why do I pause? I'm watching this on bat switch just so I know that if the generators go, the battery will still tell me where I am. Which doesn't usually help because I'm in the clouds lost anyway, so, you know, hey. All right, so the IR132 are in alignment. Strobe lights, that's right here. Hang on, let me not get in a little tighter here. There we go. Strobe lights are here, nav lights 1 and 2. Folks, that does not mean nav 1 is just your nav lights, nav 1 and 2 are both. No, each wingtip has 2 of your nav identification lights out there, the red, the green, there's 2 bulbs. So when you do your checks, like you're supposed to, and they do, you look up. If they're not burning, folks, first off, that is, you can't leave till they're burning. Need both lights, the red and the green, on. However, Airbus has has set it up so that nav 1 is 1 set of those lights. So if one of those bulbs is not lit up, try nav 2. That's right. If it comes on, voila, we're out of here. If not, now you got to call the mechanic. The logo light comes on irregardless of which one you're on. And it actually is not a required item. So, but that's the whole thing here with the nav 1, nav 2. Let's continue on. We got our, let's go ahead and kick the seatbelts on so I don't forget. No smoking was already lit because of the fuel. Emergency lights are in the arm position. Landing, elevation, switch is right here. Make sure the notch here is pointing 12 o'clock straight up. All right, pack flow, we already talked, was normal, and the fuel pumps, hey, we can turn those suckers on now because if you don't, the engines may not actually fire up in this plane. Oops. Now we can get into the setting up the McDo. Okay, first off, our nav is good up here, coming down here. Nav 122.8 for Unicom's good, and I monitor ground. I'm sorry, guard, not ground. Also, while we're doing this, real quick, folks, I'm going to bring X-Pilot in real quick. We're not delving on this much. I just want to get this out there because I figure since I went through this about a year and a half ago, somebody else has been having this trouble. If you look at my NavCom, is it ready? Will ATC balk at me? Show of hands. Will they? Will they not? Show of hands. Okay, they will balk. And I'll tell you why. 2 reasons. Well, actually 1 reason. Toliss is good about this. First off, your 122.8 up here, that's your primary. You want to make sure the TX and the RX are bright, not like the TX right here. Also, make sure you got these guys set up how you want. In your head, that didn't sound right. You know, those voices in your head, that wasn't a good way to go. But the most important thing, VATSIM controllers, maybe controllers, cross the spectrum of the world of flight sim. Right here, mode C. How many times do you hear them say squawk mode C? This is why, folks. You see right now, it's dark. And that's not what they want to see. Some actually get very irate. I ran into one of those. Oh, I just turned my transponder on. Well, that didn't help. Auto should mean, well, let's try that. Let's go back to auto. Let's kick it up one notch. Now here it's working. Flight factor, you actually had to switch it to on. And I've been in other aircraft where you have to switch it on. So technically the word auto is correct here, folks. It isn't in some other aircraft simulations out there. I go ahead, turn it on, set my transponder above neutral below, and just bring it up to either altitude reporting off or exponder. Here's the thing, folks. Once you move the switch here, they're happy. And they don't care if you go any further. Why? They can't tell. They might advise you you're not on TARA, but at this point, that you've met their requirement. You're mode C, their thumbs up. If you want to see traffic, you got to take it to TARA. You don't have to while you're at the gate. Okay, I'm going to put it on expounder. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because I know I had a couple of flights that were just murderous from controllers. One, the infamous Los Angeles Center, plus another issue going on, and next door to it. So, all right, so enough on that. So now our radios are set. I'm going to just kick the radar, scan, and GCS up, but we're keeping the rest of it off. And now let's get the McDo going, because we want to go fly. That's what everyone's here to see, this thing fly. And can he actually fly it? All right, so make sure your engine's right, your dates for your nav data is right. We still got about 13 days, folks, till it updates. Go to the init page. All right, again, if you have a SimBrief account, you're going to hear this, folks. SimBrief, SimBrief, SimBrief. It's going to sound like a very broken record, like you need to pull the needle back or push it forward, because we're going over and over. If you have a SimBrief account, it's free. All you got to do is register for it. Hang on a second. Come up here to plugins. Once you do, open up your ISCS. Wow, you guys go, ooh, there is such a thing. Okay, it's going to open up here. Come over to sound add-on accounts. Now, the thing you're going to want to do is go into that SimBrief account information for you. Do not use your login ID. Use your SimBrief user ID. It is numerical, folks. Type it in where it says SimBrief ID. And then, for these three items, read the manual. I'm not going through them. Read the manual. They're there for that purpose. Figure out what you want it to do and what you don't. If you want Hoppy, read the manual. I'm very disappointed in this feature, not Toliss, in the real world, in the real VATSIM world. I mean, yes, Europe seems to have them, but they don't use the CPDLC. POSCON uses it, but not from here. That's how their system is built up. So I'm a little disappointed with this, and maybe that'll change. Who knows? Of course, once you get all of this figured out what you want, click Save. And now there's a couple of ways we can proceed here. The easiest would be to click here or go to Data, Function, and Function. Those three items we'll use. I'm going to go the easy route. Okay, so while it's initializing, it'll be done when the cruise and flight level temperature all figure out. There we go. Okay, so we're loaded. Now, one thing we need to do is go in here, check our where we're located at. We're at gate. Is it 2? I can't remember. Oh, I'm not worthy. See if I can get lucky. Nope, I was right. 2 was in the number, but gate 24. And what I've done, let me bring it in. Let me bring charts in. All right, NavGraph charts. Again, NavGraph got into a lot of stuff. Anyway, here's our route. Okay, one thing you can do if you're at an airport and you're quickly needing to get there and you don't have an airport chart for taxiways, look. Zoom in where you're at. Okay, so here it helped me out. I'm in gate 24. So we'll go here to the charts. Whoop, go to taxi. And parking stand INS coordinates. Don't know where we are on the map here, but this is what we're here for. 23 through 20. Well, Yako95, welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. We sure appreciate you. May have to turn that up a little bit. All right, so we're looking to make sure it says, oh, it already aligned. Doggone it. Yep, it aligned. Wouldn't you know? Anyway, we could actually set to those coordinates, folks, which would then narrow it to where we are. All right, that's what we get for being long-winded. Wind, request, boom, done. All right, let's kick it in gear. That's telling me we need to move. All right, next up in the list will be the F plan page. Actually, I'm going to break routine. Let's go to the next page. Charts away for the moment. Go to our EFB. Verify our data. 129.7. I'm okay with that. 0 fuel weight. I'm CG. I'm not. So put a /29.4. That keeps this. Changes that. 10.8. Let's go with a. Hang on. Hang on. I'm not certain I want to go with that. 10.9. There we go. All right, so we've got this all set up on page 2. Now go to F plan, bring the charts back in. What I'm doing is resetting this so we can verify our information. This over. All right. Just want to make sure we're still visible. Good. All right, so we're going to start off here at Bergen, departure. Let's do this. Let's go to flights. Check our weather. 320 and 14. This is 16 minutes old. And again, that same winds aloft report at 1,200 feet. Okay. So 3.5 seems to be a really good number. Take it. We're going with the GOKA departure. There it is. 2 Delta, 2 Delta. Boom. Now, you're going to find in Europe especially, and we're finding in the Far East, there's not a lot of transitions over here, folks. Instead of making a transition, they just make that the SID or the star. That way, it just simplifies things. The U.S., you know, we're not about simplification. Red tape's everything. And it might even turn orange for all we know. Because it's mixing in with the black. Okay, so we got runway 35, GOKAB, 2 Delta departure, no transition, clicking in. All right, so the goal is we're going to take off. We're going to see, as soon as I do that, and dial down just a bit, we're going to be able to step off our flight here and make sure nothing's entered wrong. It happens, folks. Adido, BR831, Raldgu, not Raggu, Raldgu, BR832, out to GOKAB. All right, next up will be Ulven to ADOPI, which starts our arrival into Oslo. So we go here, there's ADOPI, and this was what we're looking for, discontinuity. So we go to Oslo, arrivals. All right, so here's the fun part. Currently, let's see how this airport is arranged. We are planning 19 right. Okay, so here's that animal right here. Now, if I really wanted to be cute and fancy, we could go like this. Hopefully it doesn't come back. How do I get rid of it? I want to get rid of it. How do I get rid of it? I missed that part in the training. There we go. All right, so we're coming in 19 right. Again, let's look at the weather. 210 at 5. That's a good choice. I don't think we have cross runways here, so 19 seems like a good choice. Let's go select the approach. 19 right. Well, we have a VOR, we have an ILS, and we have an RNAV. Let's look at the RNAV. Okay, doesn't look too bad. ILS is pretty much the same. The VOR take a different course. Takes the standard, fly the A or B or the AB or CD route and come back in. ADOPI ends at David. Okay, so both the RNAV and ILS come off this. All right, so let's just keep it simple. We'll do the ILS, folks. So over here, 19 right, ADOPI 3M, Mike, AVAD, transition. Well, let me rephrase it. I said it wrong. Via David. We would call it in the States transition, but it is via the BAVID fix. So this looks correct to me. So we're on the ILS for runway 19. That's our goal. Via BAVID off the ADOP 3 mic arrival. Again, no transitions, insert. Let's see if we got it right. We'll pull up. So we're going to go ADOPI. We're already on Exuda. And again, we're just using the arrows. GM 428, 429, 430, 431, 452. All right, direct David. So we're doing what looks like an arc. How far out? I'm not certain. And then to what? I don't know. And then we come in, I'm going to say maybe David. But, so from David, we do the ILS. We're just checking, again, to make sure nothing is way out of whack. So David Odu E X in low to the runway. All right, now here's one neat thing. We could spend time, we're not, we're just going to go through our missed approach. Okay, missed approach here looks like pretty much track 192 to 2.5, then track 223 to 5,000 and continue to vector until told to come back by Oslo approach. I've had that before, and I was flying over Paris before Microsoft's one of its flight sims to say, hey, turn around and come back. That was internal, very weak ATC, by the way. I think it was FSX. But anyway, it was quite hilarious. All right, but anyway, here's our missed approach. Now, if we need to divert to RNVA, Barnes, is that how I say that? Famies? In Trondheim, Norway, here's what we'll do. Here's the fixes. However, we can put in the SID out, star in to our alternate. That's a pretty cool thing. The MD-11 does it, but Zibo doesn't. And that's one thing, but I don't know if even how Boeing takes care of that. So, but anyway, we've got the flight plan in. That's all that matters. Arc, keep it, and back to where we were. Okay, maybe. And there. All right. Let me see where we're at next, because this is where some of the new stuff with SimBrief is coming in. All right, RadNav, and okay, let's go to the RadNav page. All we're doing is checking radio frequencies in case we got to come back. Looks good. Let's go to the init page. All right, folks. Toliss has a phenomenal takeoff landing setup for you to use for your planning. However, if you were going to do this over in say a 737, Zibo has yet to put a takeoff calculator in. Not faulting them, because folks, that's a lot. I'll be honest. When you get down and thinking about what it takes to figure a takeoff, there's a lot of information there. It takes probably several years to develop all of that. And then, of course, they change it all. No, what you can do, we won't be able to use this. I can just get on the right page. There we go. Let me check this real quick. We're going to not veer down this rabbit hole too much. All right, second. All right, let me just make sure. Okay, cool. All right, that'll work. That'll work. All right, let me bring the browser in real quick. Real quick here, folks. If you're in any other aircraft than, say, your Toliss, trying to think of others that have really, in X-Plane, I don't know of many, but all the other sims, doesn't matter if you're X-Plane, that other company, or companies out there. Go to your SimBrief account, as I have. Okay, once you've done, here's our flight, by the way. See, it looks very familiar. Come down to Performance and Tools, and what you'll do, I'm just going to do one here real quick. We'll just, for the fun of it. Oh, what the heck? Let's put it in there. Okay, we are at, I hate this part, ENBR. I've been putting it in wrong. 35. Takeoff weight you'll need from sim brief sheet. We're rolling out of here with 140, 655. It puts the weather in. Let's switch it to HEPA and calculate. These are going to be your speeds, okay? That's using SimBrief, folks. That is now built into this. And of course, you scroll down, you can actually see on the runway where that ends up. And it's taking into an account flex takeoff or not. Now, by no means should you use this as gospel. Remember, you're the pilot in command. You have to make the call. Is 1,500 feet enough to get your plane stopped? That's your call, folks, not mine. Me? No. Although a rejected takeoff has been known to be one of the most violent actions in an airplane. All right. So you can see now where SimBrief is really amping it up, so much so that one of my programs I did use for A320s, sadly, I may not be using much anymore. That is TopCat, which was part of the professional flight planning duo to get me those numbers. It's sad, but at the same time, it is pretty cool. Excuse me, getting the hiccups here, hang on. And I'm also starting up my ACARS program, because if I don't, I'll forget. All right, it got started. All right, so now I said Toliss has a really good one. So from here, go to perf on your FMC. Okay, now we'll be clicking this momentarily. Let's click it here first. The only critique I have, and it's a little itty bitty one, I wish they'd put the METAR they're working off here, as they do in the landing performance. We'll see once we get closer. All right, so I have to still go back, see where they're at. And the other downside is I really don't have good luck with them in HEPA. I'll put it in there, but it doesn't seem to work right. And that could just be because I don't understand it enough. Winds, 320 at 15. Okay, and everything else looks good. Okay, dry runway. We won't need anti-ice. We will run with the air conditioner. Now, I can do some quick checks here, see how I like things. Because currently, what we're set for is to flex and it to determine our best flap setting. Okay, now you can see this is a little different than what SimBrief came up with. And a more comprehensive to the animal called the McDo. I actually like that we have now 2,500 feet. I think I'm actually just going to go with this, but you could work it to where you use different flap configurations, toga. I mean, the whole gambit is there for you. So go to uplink, and then I plug in this data. So we're talking notice how it changed. Now it's 1021. Actually, it was 1022 that I put in. Equivalent. Winds 320, diagonal 14. There's where you would wet dry. I'm going to leave this open and don't worry about flex just yet, okay? Click. Wait for it. And now, after a few seconds, click received. It'll eventually say takeoff data received or whatever, something like that. All right, there it is. Click. Now go to flex, and then it gives you your computations. All right, so if we look over here, 140, 140, 142, boom, boom, boom. Looks good. Flaps, uno. Flex, 74, looking good. Trim, or THS, horizontal stabilizer, up 0.3. Boom. Let's go ahead, insert. Whoops, back it up. And you can see here, everything looks good. I am just going to Black Box's site real quick. Black Box 711, folks. ENBR. He is a European, was a European Airbus driver. Now I believe 787, A350, one of those two. And he has this neat little site. Them my shoes. Exactly, yeah, that is one of the most violent actions in them. Folks, I'll give you an example. When pilots go into the simulator for their aircraft ratings, they will go through multiple rejects. It is not uncommon for them to even throw up. Imagine, folks, taking a plane at VR. We'll call it 139 because technically you already know you're rejecting. But even take it at 140. Shove those all the way back, throw it in full reverse, max brakes, and folks, you thought Southwest was rough on your body in stopping? This makes Southwest look like a little tap of the brakes. You are, I mean, you're stopping in, you got 2,500 feet or you're off the runway. So you can imagine just how rough there are. So, but that simulator, I've been told there have been pilots that'll throw up if you do it enough. You know, because they'll be doing them back to back to back. Or they might get a little break and then the instructor goes, you throw that engine off. So, yeah, folks, it's a rejected takeoff is rough. I watched two at my airport once, and I can't imagine what those people in the back went through. I don't know, though, the speed they got up to in the cockpit. So they were off the runway pretty quickly, so I don't think they got too fast. But if, boy, if they're at rotate and they throw it in a reject, oh my gosh. Like I said, Southwest, I mean, we all know they hammer those brakes. Or at least it feels it to us. Wait till they reject a takeoff. So that's what we're going to be doing here, folks. Let me get over here to Black Box. And if you want to check his site out here, folks, go there. Pretty much anything in Europe will be in there. I mean, there's some that he's not either been to or has that information for. And if you're curious, the list, he actually has a little thing up at the top there you can click on for what he does have in there. And it just gives you a couple of extra numbers, you know, little updates. I haven't really noticed anything drastically change up here or change. I don't even know if, you know, but I put them in just so I add a little bit of realism. And there we go. All right, folks, so we have everything ready to go. Let's get this thing out of here. We've been on the ground for an hour. We need to be flying, not sitting on the ground yakking. All right. So with the McDo set up, let's go to the middle here and get the main panel set up here for the autopilot. First off, altimeter we've said now is 1022, verified, LS. Constraints on, VOR, 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 LS, and constraints should we have to come back. All right, now, speed. You got the dots here, folks, for speed and heading. That's controlled by the onboard computers. Oh, we got to fix this one. We have a top altitude. First off, do we have ATC? Let's find out. Heck did I call my flight myself? Oh, I need to cancel this flight. Well, you know what? Oh, I got it so wrong, folks. Hang on. My flight plan, I didn't catch that. SAS, we'll go 572. Oh, shame on me for not catching that. And time on the roundup. And we were still late, folks. Real quick, getting numbers here back in that just don't load in a lot of times. 7.5. All right, now let's get the right one in here. All right, much better. And oh, where'd the end go? There we go. All right, we are coming online for those there who might be on the ground. Wondering when is Flying with Mike going to come online? I am there now. All right, top altitude here is 6,000. We'll try to correct that quickly once airborne. And anti-skid, nose wheel steering on, switches to the 12 o'clock position, landing gear down. All right, let's get it and get ready to go. Transponder is going to be turned to TARA. Beacon, well, actually, we're going to hold on the beacon. Let's clear out. Okay, and I'm going to come off the external power right now. Chocks are still on.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
I want to go home.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
All right, folks, and you heard it, which means we're about to push back.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Awesome. Cleared to connect. Face us south, please. Chocks off. All right, folks. So, hope you enjoyed. We're going to do a quicker turn in Oslo. We won't be doing the Sim Toolkit thing. I'm sorry, correction, the Sim Brief thing. We're just going to come in, turn, and go. All right, we're just waiting on better pushback.
Self connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Yeah, we'll do that momentarily. Let's take a look outside the airplane. Another SAS over there. British Airways there. I don't know if he's moving or not. Hang on, I want to just make sure. I like to just come on and pop in. I don't like to pop in and wait. So I'm waiting to see. He's actually got room. Okay, we're going to go ahead. Beacons on. Seatbelts are on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard SAS 572 service to Oslo, continuing to Stockholm. Hope you all enjoy the ride. We'll be back with you here shortly. Listen to your flight attendants as they go through the safety demonstration. Again, thanks for flying, SAS.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right. Here we go. Bergen traffic, SAS 572 pushing back, stand 2-4 for 3-5. Okay, and let's start number 1 first. Really? You were not there when I just checked. Nope. Oh well, my bad. Well, we've already started. Ah, I hate when they do that to me. Well, we should be done pushing here in a second. We can contact them. Bergen ground, SAS 572. We're in the middle of pushback from stand 24. Request IFR clearance to Stockholm. Correction, Oslo.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Oh, you know what? Helps to switch the button. Bergen traffic, or Bergen ground, my apologies. SAS 572 completed pushback from stand 24, request clearance to Oslo, as filed. Okay, SAS 572's cleared. The GOKAB 2 Delta departure, 6,000 initially, and we're putting 3666 in the box. Okay, since we were busy, oh, that was really loud. I wish I'd have known they were there.
So
Now
is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
All right, thanks for flying with Mike. I'm just trying to get caught back up here on my AP lead off. Got me a little out of wit there. All right, be ready to taxi. Spoilers armed. Flaps 1. Okay, confirmed going to 1. Pitch trim. Boeing, I really wish you would learn. It tells me right here what I'm setting my trim to. Which, by the way, is 3. Up 3. You gotta kind of guesstimate it on their little gauge. Even McDonnell Douglas gives us something like this. Alright, and then quick surface check. Just making sure everything goes to full and then back to center. Alright, and then we'll just check their movement. Good deal. And then continue on. Alright, up, arm the slides. Okay, up to the top again. We'll shut the AP off. Nose wheel elapsed time in the middle. And folks, we are ready, I believe, for taxi. FMA auto brake to max. Takeoff. Cabin. Alright, so all we're ready. Bergen ground, SAS 572 is ready to taxi. Golf, then Yankee to the holding point, 435, SAS 572. 122.8 for Scandinavian 572. Thanks for the ATC. Sorry for the late call. All right, I'm just going to put it up there so it's a little easier for me to catch if somebody else comes up on me. All right, let's get on 122.8. Finish our takeoff checks. Terrain radar's right here, folks. That little snake that I kept telling you bit me all the time. Slow this thing down. Radar on. GCS, or potential wind shear on. And the test. Test of the Airbus emergent, no. Airbus systems, we're ready to go, I believe. Test good. Hang on, clear this. Bergen traffic, SAS 572 departing 35. Jeez. Whoa, nobody talking. Okay, 80 knots. That was not good. My apologies for taking that runway there. 620, didn't hear you coming in. He's probably on ground already. All right. Go ahead and set her on auto, pull her back to climb. That was close, folks. That was. I didn't hear him. I'll be honest, didn't look out before making the turn. Wow. Folks, that's why you need to be talking even on Unicom. And that's where one of the pitfalls in the US is coming. A lot of people aren't on common traffic there. So
Traffic.
Where's traffic coming up at us? Anyway, they're not on common traffic, but they're on Unicom. Is it right? Is it wrong? Technically wrong. The problem is the controllers are putting them on Unicom for takeoff. We saw that in Charlotte. Okay, we're cleared up. I think we said flight level 310. Oneer, you like that? Oneer? $310. I'm gonna start something. We got Niner. Let's go for Oneer. But anyway, folks, so that was my bad. I should have been more vigilant, and I wasn't. Would have helped a little radio comm, but ultimately it falls on me. All right, so wow. What a day. Almost had a nice little incident. And there's a lot of people. You know what? I'm going to turn this down. There we go. There's a lot of people. I guess there was another runway incident here in the last few days. People are starting to really wonder if we're going to have a Tokyo happen here. And if you're not familiar with what that means, when ANA came in on top of a Dash 8 on the runway. In essence, the same thing you just saw here. In essence, but not the same. There have been a lot of close calls, folks. Not to scare anyone, but yeah, there have been some seriously close calls. All right, we're through 10,000. Let's go ahead and what did I? Oh, I did turn them on. Okay. For a second there, I didn't think I had my lights on. Let's just check. Okay, I don't. All right, just had to make sure, folks. And I needed this screenshot. All right, folks, we're on our way. Oslo is 20 minutes away. So we're going to pretty much top a climb, start down. So as soon as we clear 20,000, I'm going to go ahead and kick the seatbelt sign off. That way we can make some money selling stuff to you, sodas and that, which I don't even know if SAS does that. Or if it's complimentary or what. But wow, we're on our way in Suic. X-Plane is indeed a screenshot-friendly little place to be. Welcome in, sir. Hopefully that wasn't you that almost landed on top of us. That was my bad. My apologies to whoever 620 was back there. Boy, look at that scenery, though. And I'll tell you, the one thing I like over X-Plane versus the other sims, it doesn't have that dark contrast in every picture I see, everything they show. It is just... Oh, it's Scandinavian. You don't like me calling myself SAS? Why didn't the ground guy correct, or did he? And I didn't pick up on it. I'll go with that one. But, I mean, they always look so dark. And here, now, they kind of went a little overboard, because if I come over to the sun, it looks a little, almost sometimes too much. Today, actually, it's not too bad. Maybe Beta 5 had something to do with that. Oh, well. So read the plane and call myself by that. Got it. Oh. All right, well, we are climbing. Okay, let's get those seatbelt signs off so people can move about if they need to. And we're going to quickly look over this arrival here, get our numbers. All right, so you can see where we are in the process right now. We're just about to the end of our standard instrument departure, otherwise known as a SID. We'll have Ulvan, which I think is about where top of the climb is, and then top of drop will be pretty quick after it, folks, because we're only 20-something minutes out. All right, so the ADOPI. Let's kind of first read real quick if there's anything over here. The 3 mic is planned for the 19 runway 19s. Just so you know, we're headed to the right side. There's our ATIS, and there's our airport's elevation. Okay. Now, let's get into the meat. There is the routing here. Might just be as easy to just look at it. So we're going to come in at ADOPI, 250 knots. Not sure what altitude that'll be at, folks. But we're going to be at 250, maximum speed of 250. Exuda, maximum speed 250, 10,000 feet. 220 at GM 428. And we'll keep 220 completely through the arc to 10,000 feet. So this is a 10,000 foot arc. GM 429, 430, 431, 452. Descending to be at or above 5,000 of BAVAD. Hawker 125. Welcome. Welcome in, sir. Hope you're having a great weekend. And I am doing well. And Lemur 34, Lemur 34, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Even though I know you're probably in an ad break, but thank you so much for following the channel. Sure appreciate you. Kind of give it another 40 seconds here and we'll continue on. But it has been a good weekend so far. Had the grandkids yesterday. My youngest daughter, our middle granddaughter, only by a week, and our oldest granddaughter spent a couple days here. So they are off at the Butterfly House here in St. Louis. Who'd have thought? A butterfly house. Actually a cool place. All right, welcome back, folks. First, Lemur34, thanks for the follow as we're scooting through the clouds here. All right, let's continue on with where we left off real quick. So ADOPI, Exula, and GM 428. 428, we got to be at 10,000 feet all the way over to 452. We'll start our descent to be at or above 5,000 above VAD. Sorry about that. All right, so from above VAD, we'll get into the remainder of our course. But again, the briefing strip here, the top two lines are the frequencies we can possibly expect to see at Oslo. Uh-oh, we have a center. Hang on. We find out where they are. I think they're in our area. They are indeed. Ah! Real quick, finish this up. 111.3 for the localizer, 192 for the final approach. X in low, 3,500 feet on the glide slope, and our minimums for today, 200 AGL. Avad, Odudi, X in low as our approach, and again, minimums 200 AGL, RVR 550. All right, let me get over to center before he gets mad. There he is. He was going to be pinging me no matter what, and we are ready for descent, by the way. 2550. There we go. So Scandinavian is what we are. And what are they called? See if I can get any help here on Similware. Kind of hoping someone would chit chat and let me know. Let's just do it this way. Hang on a second, folks. Go to messages. Center Scandinavian 572 flight level 310 for Oslo. Okay, Adobe 3 mic, we'll expect 19 right, Scandinavian 572. All right, we got to do some quickness here because we're at top of and Scandinavian 572 out of flight level 310 for 120. Okay. Sometimes the pitfalls of doing these short runs, folks, you get real quick in here. I'm going to check my 1016. I'll have to check that 210. Okay, so we're not on the same weather. All right. Get rid of that. Pull the weather in. Okay, so currently 240 as of 13 minutes ago at 3 knots. Okay. Outside air temperature 23, 1016 Waits 230,000. Good try. Okay, let's see what that gives us. How about we do not a Southwest style? There we go. All right, so QNH. I say 1016. 2, 3, 2, 0, diagonal tree. Radio 2 grid. All right, folks, so today we're planning landing speed of 128, approach speed 133. We'll need at least 40, just under 4,500 feet and 7,000. So we're looking good. All right. We're always looking good up here, even when we screw up. And as you can see, folks, there's that weather right over here. Little bit of coloring. Love it. Okay. Phew. Flying these short little hops, folks, in an Airbus is not easy. I don't even remember how many miles this one was. $239 miles. So basically, in terms, I can kind of get a feel for how far that is. And Scandinavian 572, understand we're cleared direct Bravo Alpha Victor Alpha Delta. Turning direct 572. Whoa. Direct. Okay, you saw how that worked, right, folks? You just click direct and scroll to the fix. All right, no ATC audio. All right. All right, well, we've turned the beta on for this. I guess that's how it's going to have to be. I really wish I knew where that got killed. Yes. Oh, that's not over. And I'll be totally honest, they're them, my shoes. I've totally forgotten to. A lot of things. I sometimes don't like short hops because they're short, especially in this thing. But if it comes back to me, I'll try to remember.
Service Control, good afternoon. Scandinavian 2861 over Sorga, flight over 370.
This aircraft is fun, folks. The NEO.
Scandinavian 2861, hello, identified routes direct, Toronto, Tango, November, Oscar.
Toronto? Oh my
Okay,
gosh,
Tango,
we made a
November, Oscar,
wrong
thank you,
turn. Made the
Scandinavian
left turn
2861.
instead of a right in Albuquerque again. And for those in Europe that may not have seen Looney Tunes, that was a great Bugs Bunny line.
Polaris, Skokväll, Ethiopian 716,
that would be...
787-9 with information.
How's that now, Hawker? They came in full speed, full blast. Let me turn it on over here.
Clear to Stockholm, MASEV 5 Charlie departure, initial climb 7000, squawk 5021 for Ethiopian 716.
A little too quiet? Okay, yeah, it does seem that way.
Control, afternoon, Speedbird 766, flight 4390.
Speedbird 766, hello and roger, expect 19 jet left, cleared rebum for Mike.
Alright.
Repump for Mike.
Alright, we'll try that. Yeah, oh well.
766.
6 minutes, folks. Oh, jeez. Oh, by the way, what the heck is transition altitude here? We didn't go through that. 7,000, okay.
Eurowings 236, contact ground on 121 decimal 9er, bye-bye.
121 decimal 9er, Eurowings 236, bye-bye, drop. Ferrari Control, good kväll, Nordic 14 X-ray, holding point, runway 35, ready for departure.
Nordic 1 for X-ray, 35, cleared for takeoff in 330 degrees, 16 knots.
Clear takeoff, runway 35, Nordic 14 X-ray.
Ooh. I think with that temperature lineup, I think I'm going to go ahead. Just run with the engine ice on. Well, that saved us doing the arc, doing this, folks. Although I could have really used it. But I think I'm prepared for it now. Hopefully we can come out of Oslo a little better. Oh, we have a VATSIM now. Expect RNIP approach.
572 descent, 5,000 feet, QNH 1016.
Scandinavian 572 down to 5,000. Copy the QNH.
572, the mandatory item, the pressure over here. So QNH 1016 and read back.
Okay. Down to 5,000, QNH 1016. We do have information, Bravo.
Thank you.
Oh, 8,000. Oh, he said 5,000. Let's get this thing coming down, folks. All right, folks, and just so you know, information Bravo on their ATIS is runway 191 right. RNIPs in use or ILS. Transitions 8,000, clearance and startup contact Polaris control. Wow. Meteorological report, okay. Nothing significant, so.
Scanner 211 Polaris.
Good afternoon, sir. Scandinavian 211.
A lot of smattering of thunderstorms around here, or weather, but nothing significant.
Six Delta, climb 7000, squawk 4077.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and throw speed brakes.
4077 and climb 7000. And can you tell me departure runway?
Let's go 211, G-back correct, 19 right. Our seats, they're only for one runway.
Okay, we prefer Delta only one runway. Thank you.
Polaris, god eftermiddag och backflagger. Scandinavian 169 holding at altitude 8,600 feet. Scandinavian 1697, hello, Roger, squawk 3660. 3660 for 1697.
All right, I'm going to take over speed.
Scandinavian 1697 identified, climb flight level 110 direct, Keren. Climb flight level 110 direct, Keren, Scandinavian 1697.
All right, so the ILS 1113 is in there, 192. Okay, so we're set there. I didn't get a chance to update the winds. That's fine. Speed brakes were coming off now. Don't want to arm them just yet because we may still need them. Look at this scenery. Wow. All right, so let's just do a quick check here. Radnav.
Scandinavian 572 descent 4000 via Bava, the transition cleared ILS 19 right.
Continuing to 4,000 and cleared for the ILS 19 right. Scandinavian 572. $220. I did not catch that, by the way, folks, on the chart because we were doing it so fast. The mandatory 220.
Climbing level 360, Nordic 1 for X-ray.
Okay, here we go, folks.
211, Persian start approved, QNH 1016.
Persian start approved, QNH 1016, Scandinavian 11.
Nordic 1923, route direct Titla. Direct Titla, Nordic 1923. Scandinavian 1697, climb flight level 320. 320 for Scandinavian 1697. Polaris control, hello, Scandinavian 121, holding short, runway 35 at Yankee. Scandinavian 121, hello, runway 35, cleared for takeoff, wind 330 degrees, 16 knots. Runway 35, clear for takeoff, Scandinavian 121.
All right, folks, here we go. Let's make sure lights are on, seatbelts are on. Okay. Brakes. We decided low. We're not doing the Southwest Airlines styled approach, even though I know a little bit of why they do it.
Speedbird 768, expect runway 19 left. Expect runway 19 left, Speedbird 768.
Do I have traffic? No. All right.
716 ready for push and start, stand 58. Ethiopia 716, stand 58, push and start approved, QNH 10.
All right, everything's available, so we'll kick the localizer on. ILS 1016, cleared for the approach. Just make sure I didn't miss anything else on this
Nordic
brief.
14 X-ray, redirected T-PON.
200.
Direct T-PAN, Nordic 14 X-ray.
Okay, we're gonna go. Looks like we follow a river.
Nordic 1923, descent flight level 90, free speed.
Descent 90, free speed, Nordic 192.
On flaps 1. Distance 10 miles? 11 miles, okay. It's our runway.
Sky 1697, Sweden offline 12, Unicom, bye-bye.
12 Unicom, 1697, thank you, bye-bye.
On glide slope.
Sky 121, identify, report your passing level.
Okay, we're going to
Sky 121, turn left, left turn, heading 200 degrees.
Left 200, Scandinavian 121.
Scandinavian 121, climb, flight level 370.
Climb flight level 310, Scandinavian 121.
Sky 121, climb, flight level 370, if that's your requested time.
Sorry, 370, Scandinavian 121.
Scandinavian 2861, go Bergen offline, monitor, Unicom, bye-bye.
Unicom, thank you very much, good boy, negative 2861.
Scandinavian 572, 190 right, cleared to land, wind 240 degrees, 3 knots.
Scandinavian 572, copy, cleared to land, 19 right. Okay, arm up the spoilers.
Scandinavian 121, resume on navigation direct, Zulu Oscar Lima.
Resume on navigation direct, Zulu Oscar Lima, Scandinavian 121.
I think we'll take over.
Sleepout 768 requesting 2 minutes on the combo available.
768 approved. Nordic 1923, descent to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1016.
Descent 5,000, QNH 1016, Nordic 1923.
All stations, Polaris back in 1 minute.
Again.
Okay, we're cleared to land, gear down, flaps full.
Minimum.
Polaris back on frequency. Sky 211, taxi Golf, November, hold Alpha 9.
12 November, hold Alpha 9. 10. Scandinavian 211.
716 ready for taxi. EDB 716 taxi Sierra, hold Bravo 9 there. Sierra, hold Bravo 9, the open 716. Scandinavian 572, taxi straight ahead, stand 15, so long.
Scandinavian 572, straight ahead, 15, stand. Thanks for the ATC.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers. All right. Let's get this plane.
768 back. 768, roger.
He's up here, folks. I don't know where stand 15 is.
Speedbird 768, redirect UTAC zone. Redirect UTAC zone.
I'm on the wrong airport, wouldn't you know? All the way at the end. Hey, I like that. That'll work, folks.
Nordic 1923, descend to 4,000 feet via Titla transition, cleared ILS 19 left. Yeah, Titla transition cleared, ILS runway 19 left, and we are passing 8,400 feet. Roger.
Missed a light. Brakes set. Flaps, are they up? Yeah. All right. All right, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, I didn't start the EPU.
Scanner 111 on the right, clear takeoff, wind calm.
Clear for takeoff, 1 on the right, Scandinavian 211.
Okay, run through this real quick. Parking brake is set. Okay, landing gear, spoilers, engine mode, normal. Okay. EPU on. Starting, terrain off, brake temp.
Ethiopian 716 holding Bravo 9.
Brake fans.
Ethiopian 716, 1 on left, clear takeoff, wind calm. 1 on the left, clear takeoff.
EPU bleed will be on here momentarily once we get it started.
Speedbird 768, when ready, descend flight level 120. 120, I'm ready, Speedbird 768.
All right, folks, we are in the gate and shutting down. Wow, what a flight. That felt like a little bit of a rougher landing than normal. Huh, interesting the way this is set up here. All right, so let me clear this. All right, minimize for now. Thud. Yeah, I got a feeling that's what it did. Just by the way it felt coming in.
7211, airborne climb 7000.
Sky 211 identified. Report your level passing now.
We are cruising 2200.
Sky 211, thank you. Climb flight level 260, direct Oslo.
Direct Oslo, climb in level 260.
Let's at least get the chocks in.
Nordic 1923, establishing the localizer. Nordic 1923, Roger, continue approach. Continue approach 1923.
Hang on, let me just see what our next flight looks like. I'll be honest, folks, that was really fun. It's, you know, I do have fun times here when I do fly Europe. Just hate when I screw up like I did over there in Bergen. But it happens. We all walked away. You could say it was a rough landing. Okay. Well, let's find out. Oh, where are we? Okay, we'll put it on here, even though Sim Toolkit's gonna do its thing. And for you all, you'll lose. That is so wild. All right. ATC won't be for you guys right now. Here's Sim Toolkit. Let's see. Oof. Yeah, a little bit of a thud. 135 knots, 614. Let's take a look at it, shall we? Okay, we got that long direct, which was cool. All right, viewing the details. Oh, wait, before I screw anything up. Now, the airline got me on the bounce, 79. Oh, that's awesome. All right, so 79 feet a minute. Okay, just checking a couple things here. Okay, everything's going good. So we were 46 minutes in the air, 175 miles, 2.4 Gs on the landing, 600 feet a minute. We haven't done that in a while, as you can tell, the few flights down the list here. So, yeah, it was bound to happen. And, of course, bit of a long landing. Not much, though. 2,000 feet down, 3 feet off the center line, and, you know, it's not too bad. Not all that bad, folks. All right, let's...
Illusuit 68 just cheered 10 bits.
Of the
On
Norwegian,
behalf of the Norwegian
Chiropractic Union, thank you. Oh, thank you there, Insuik. And thanks for the 10 bits. I guess I'm supposed to reinvest that into the union coffers so that we're covered for the next landing. Oh, that was awesome. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Told you, folks, we're here to have fun and lighten up your day. With that, I'm going to go ahead and pull Sim Toolkit real quick. And I'm going to go ahead and disconnect away from ATC for now. And I am going to go get a cup of coffee, and then we're going to get the second leg replanned. And it's on to Stockholm. See how many divots we can put in their runway. So we'll be right back, folks. Give me about 5 minutes. All right, folks, we're back. Got my coffee. You know, Hawker, that would be fun, a 747 making divots. No, we're going to stick with the A320. They're checking my tires right now. All right, folks, so we are going to come up here. And let's go ahead and just plan this one out. We are in ENGM. Going over to Echo Sierra Sierra Alpha. Sweden. Now, you could go through all of these, and if you found one, you could select it. And what it's going to do basically is fill in here. I've never done that, so let's do that. That's not what I wanted. Okay, so for my aircraft SE, I believe. Okay. And when you click the advanced button, all it's going to allow you to do, folks, is your fuel reserves. Make sure you get them right. 20. We'll go with 10. I don't know. Oh, I thought I got rid of it. My bad. Don't care. You can pick my passengers. Although I think I'll work route that I have saved up. Okay, that looks like a good route there. It might have came up automatically. No preferential departure runway. You know what? Let's just do 19 left. What the heck? Well, no. You know what? No. I lied. 19 left. No preferences. No preferences. Let's generate a flight plan. Oh my gosh, here I am being silly, and I thought I had it clicked in over. All right, folks, well, you didn't get to see that. My apologies. We'll pick it up from here. Okay, this is the flight BSAS 482 for this one. We'll be still in the same tail number VATSIM update. No, 119, 0, and 8. So let's see here. Maybe that actually put us on. Eek. Oh, wait, I remember this airport now. Okay, let me just check weather, because something tells me, okay, I see why. It's a long taxi, folks. I really don't think they'd put us on one of those. Go with 19. And I got a bad feeling. Hang on, I'm checking SimBrief right now. Oh, wait. That is correct. Runway 1 left would be preferred. All right, so I think our whole flight plan got changed. Bear with me here a second, folks. 1808. Oh, heck no, we won't get off that quick. About 1838. Let's shoot for that. Could get off much earlier, but we'll see. All right, 29,000 feet is all they're giving us. Okay, here we go. Flight plans in, and we are off. Okay, good. All right, we'll come back to that here. It didn't give us our SID and star. That stinks. All right, no biggie. Sim brief. Okay, yeah, we've got a couple things to work out here. Bear with me a second. Nope, nope, nope. There we go. All right, bear with me here. I'm going to close this out. Get the right one up here just to be safe. Delete. Okay, so here's what we're flying, folks. Fly now. All right, so as we had it there, but everything now matches, both sim brief and over here. So that happens because you got all these different runways you can work with. And to put this in a couple of different locations. All right, got it all there. All right, save and save. That way we don't mess it up. All right, so from SimBrief, folks, that you see up there, let's get our numbers. Okay, we're going to put 188 people on. It's going to be a jam-packed aircraft, 34 for the cost index, 29,000. And they're going to graciously give us 9,871 pounds of fuel. So looks like a good flight. We'll see how this works. Zero fuel weight we're aiming for is 139,211. Okay, so let me get over here. Weather, we already know what it's like here. We got variable winds at 2, 4,000 foot with cumulus. And a base of 18,000 for a few more clouds. So there's our VATSIM ADIS, and then over here in Stockholm, 030 at 11, variable, and it's clear visibility okay. Well, we'll see how that works out. All right, looking at the map here, folks, not a lot of traffic working here, except down towards the Copenhagen area, but we're going over here to Stockholm. Real quick, before we get going, let's kind of do our chart. Well, we'll do our charts when we get to that point in the checklist. So let's get in here. Things have already buttoned up. Just waiting on me, I think. Yeah, get that door open for now. All right, and I'm not worried about the baggage doors. Okay, so let's get after it, shall we? Got about 30 minutes to get this thing ready to go. So, all right, so up to the top, we already know the battery. However, I do want to still do the cockpit voice recorder check. To do that, make sure you turn your ground control on. Okay. Need to turn that up just a smidgy. And I also use it for, there we go. All right, now I have turned X-Pilot back on for you all, but we're not online, so it doesn't matter at the moment. All right. Go ahead, shut these off for the moment. Okay, cockpit lighting is still good. Let's double check here. Flap levers. Up and shows up. Speed brakes down. Let's go ahead. 0, brake set, door unlocked. Okay. Let's get to fueling. So what I'm going to do is go ahead, bring it up on external power, turn the fuel pumps off. And then shut the APU down. Okay, we need 9,871 pounds. Well, we could, no, 871. So we need 10,000 pounds. Let's see where the PU's off. Okay, good. Let's request fuel. Waiting for it to say request over here. Let's kind of look out the window. There's the fuel truck. Should be saying refueling here in a second. There it goes. All right, so we're refueling. The next page is our cargo. We'll see if this is good in a minute. Okay, let's go to page 2. We are loading 1. Full load. All right, 3, 9, 2, 11, 135. So, I throw another. Okay, so you can see, folks, what we're intending in the SEM brief plan was 139,211 pounds, 139, 135 in 200 increments. It won't help us. We'll keep it as is. All right, and we are ready to kick this thing over as soon as we get that APU refiring up. So how's everyone's weekend going? I hope going well. I mean, it's the weekend. It's got to go well, right? There goes the truck into the building. And we are done refueling. All right, APU's coming on. Master switch on. As soon as we get flap open, we will commence. Okay, let's hit that start button. Now, technically, all you have to do is wait 5 seconds, but I like to go through it and make sure that door is open. Okay, and once it's open, we'll get the pitot heat checked and a couple of other things, and then get that bleed on and start the passengers down the gangways. Okay, we're available. All right, so cockpit lights are good. Let's just do a quick. Okay, they all look good here. Here, down to here. Good. Probe heat's off. Lead on. Speed brakes retracted, not armed. Set to 0. Checking. Good. Okay. Probe heat and cross bleed. Okay, cross bleed's good. Pack flow's good. And generator 1, generator 2's good. Unpacks. IRS 1. 2, and yes, they don't know how to count for those that missed the beginning. Before Boeing heads go, see, that's why Airbus isn't that great. Boeing doesn't know how the alphabet goes. A, C, B. Or 1, 3, 2 as well. So, I don't know why these mega smart guys don't know the basics. Or are they mega smart? There's the inquiring question the inquirer wants to know. All right, we got that going. Strobe lights armed. Nav 2, we're good there. Seatbelts now on. armed, auto. Again, pack flow. Ooh, we're going to go high with full load. And fuel pumps can come on so we don't forget. All right, folks, if you miss anything in the ad break, of course, you're in the ad break right now, but I just gave you the link to the YouTube channel. All right, so let's get down here and start this McDo up, shall we? All right, this time, I'm going to do the init request. All looking good. Clear, clear, clear. Now we'll be able to get this correct, I hope. Off, off. Last time it beat us to it. We're in stand 1-5, 14 through 16. Okay, so what we weren't able to do last time, folks, right here, 16 or 60, 11.7, that looks good. ENGM, okay, so now on the longitudinal side, we need 11.056. Okay, so since we're good on the latitude, let's work the longitude. 5.6, 5.6, elevation 674. We do not have to worry about that. So when this sucker gets to 0, it'll align on that. Okay, so again, just double checking my figures. 11.7 north, okay, east 11.05.6. Perfect. All right, get the winds. And then we'll go to page 2. The reason I'm pulling charts away real quick, folks, is right here. We're just confirming 139.2. 130. No, I don't think so. So we're going to be changing both this time. 139.1 diagonal 29.4. Okay, so I'm using the zero fuel weight, 139.1, and we're using the zero fuel weight CG, just like it asks. Oops, I didn't put the 4 in there. And in that format. Okay, and we are 10. All right, and that just accomplishes putting us a little more accurate here. Now we'll go to the F-plan page. We'll come back to that for the performance here in a minute. We will not be going to Simbri for that today, folks, for this flight. Great tool for those aircraft that don't have the takeoff performance information. Okay, so here we go, folks. Let me get on the flight itself over here. So we're at ENGM, which is Oslo Gardermoen. Quick look at our weather variable, clear variable sky, 23 degrees and 10:16. This is 12 minutes ago. Okay, here we go. So ENGM departure. First off, put this in plan, go up to 40. All right, so for our departure, we are going to plan 19 left. We're going to fly the MASEV 4 Alpha. Interesting. Why am I not seeing that? Let's find out. Sid. All right. So what? How the heck did it load that one? No wonder I'm all confused. What? Yeah, let's get the right chart in here. There we go. Okay, so we're coming off 19 left, GM 604, and so forth. Okay, so it is the 5 Charlie. No wonder things didn't pan out right. Insert. Again, that's why it's good to have the charts with you folks to make sure. All right, so why did I bring the nav display up? So we can step through the plan. Just like you guys step by clicking this key right here next to the word step on most Boeing FMCs. In Airbus, you just click the up arrow to go through. So 604, 444, VBOK, GM 508, 422 MASEV. Okay, perfect. Now from here we got to go LEGPO, which is away. And there it looks like our top of descent coming. Either at it, oh wait a minute, just after. And then we start into ELTOK, which will be our start for Stockholm. And again, we click. I know, it's not going to let me do that. I know. Go. All right, so ILS, what are we planning? No, we are not planning runway 8. Didn't we say 1 left in our flight plan, for crying out loud? I love how sometimes it all gets discombobulated in here, folks. 1 left. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, we're just selecting runway. So ELTO 3 Juliet. However, we got to figure out our approach. Now I have an RNAV. We have an ILS. We have 2 RNAVs. So ILS, RNAV, Yankee, and Zulu. You know what? Let's keep it simple. Fly the ILS. Hang on. Okay. So we've got 2 choices here. We can fly off of Arlanda, or we can fly to the final approach fix. Let's do that. Doink. And now that sets our chart into motion to where we're going to fly into, I think, we'll fly it into 801. So we'll look at this on the chart here real quick. And folks, believe it or not, this may constitute our arrival brief. So we said ILS runway. We're on the ELTOK 3 Juliet. ELTO 3 Juliet. All right, so let's see how this works out from ELTOK. ELTOK SA912. And the reason you want both of these open and looking at it, plus your chart, one, to make sure that you got it in there correctly off the chart, but two, that you don't have any, like if you got fixes you've put in there, that you don't end up 5,000 miles on the wrong one. So, okay, so ELTOK SA912, 810, 815, 08, 1602. That is where we turn in for the ILS. 801, okay. Now we switch over to the ILS. So you gotta love it. It says you only get one, folks, and this happens to be about 7 miles out, so we're talking about right here. Yeah, no, they don't match up here, but you've got it. You know you're on course. You're looking at your chart, nothing skewing either way, so there you go. And again, just like before, there's the runway. There's the start of the missed approach. The manual is, again, I'm thinking they're just going to throw us off to the northwest and maybe call us, maybe not. No, just kidding. We just fly on until the approach tells us, okay, you're cleared to come back. No holds on this one. All right. Now, if we have to go to ESKN, this is the start of our route. We can put the SID and the star in. It's up to you, folks. For the lack of time, we're going to push it. We're going to just leave it and not worry about it. And one other tip I can give you with charts, folks, it's a really great utility. You get on the ground and all of a sudden the controller goes Alpha Bravo, Charlie Delta November, Charlie Echo to the ramp. Huh? Once you get that, if you were able to write it down that fast, I actually had one come at me pretty much. I said, could you repeat? And what I did is I wrote it all down, came back. Now for us, all we did is we came off here at Kilo and straight ahead for gate 15. Just so you know, I plan to push us back into the slot here and we'll go that way. I think that's how they would do it. Don't quote me. That's how we're doing it. But anyway, you could then quickly pull this up and figure out what the heck, Alpha November. Wait, he backtracked here. You know, you could actually see it. So it's a really neat thing. Sim Toolkit, you can zoom in, same thing. So it really helps you when you get here. I didn't use this, and I should have, to find gate 15, but we found it pretty quick. All right, so now we can pull charts away. My guess, just my guess only, I'm pretty certain. Did they say what they're departing on? I'm going to guess they're going to taxi me to 19 left for takeoff, but who knows? The fact that we don't have 19 left or right in the beginning, I don't really get overly concerned because I can maneuver the aircraft towards the first fix. Unless, of course, I'm supposed to loop around to the right. And he'll tell me in my initial clearance. All right, so let's put this back to arc. I'm going to draw it down to 20 to help me, and if we have to make a change, we'll quick rebrief, because I'm going to need to see it too. All right, next up on our list here, folks, RadNav page. And all we're doing is making sure we got our good comeback route, and then we're going to the perf page. All right, this is my favorite page, folks. Reset. 19 left is what we're planning. Winds are calm, we were been told repeatedly here. So currently, hang on a second, METAR, as of 23 minutes, we'll go with the 00 at 1. Let's do that much at least. We got a temperature of 23, 30, 00 is fine, dry, no anti-ice. We got a 9,500 foot runway. If we get that, we'll turn the air conditioner on. Let's see where that puts us. Okay, well, that's not looking good. Only having about 500 feet to stop is really not a good plan. Let's try something. Again, that's flaps 1. Let's go flaps 2. Now we get 1,300 feet. Now, that's if we set V1 at 136. Okay. And flex at 7. I mean, there's a whole bunch at work here, folks. But we could dial back. But we can't do that really here. So let's go Toga just for the fun of it. Auto. Okay, so Toga is full power. And I mean full power, folks. Flexing is just allowing you to flex the engine temperature to think it's warmer so it doesn't need so much to get it going. It's still plenty of power to get you off the ground, get you to your climb, top of climb, and into cruise. It's just not right at 100 or 100 plus on your fan speeds. Goal, save your engine. I'm going to still flex. I'm going to flex at 2. And we'll go with this. All right, so how do we set up all of this? Well, you come over now to the FMC, hit uplink. All right, fill in the data. We know 1016 is 30.00. Winds, we're going to leave them. Runway's dry. Let's request off this. Okay, so 142, 142, 146. This, by the way, is Toga. Let's flex it. There's 73 degrees, right like that. 144, 147, 149. I'm not so certain why their numbers are different. Oh, flaps 1. Can I switch it here? No. So what we'll do is insert, I forgot to change the flaps. All right, so what I'm going to do is flaps 2. And our V1 max is 136. So you know what? Let's just do it all over again. Okay, that's all good. Flaps 273, takeoff request data. Still punching us pretty hard. It still put us there. What the? Okay, we're gonna have to do it ourselves. I must have screwed up somewhere. All right, so we're gonna go for V1 130. I really hate when it does that, folks. Sorry. We're gonna go 136, 139. 139. All right, and real quick, let me get over to Black Box's site one more time. All right, so there we're set and we're ready for takeoff. All right. Okay, it looks like we have a flight plan. Connect 482. Now Delta. All right, so we'll be on approach 12450. All right, we'll keep it on Unicom for the moment. All right, there we go, folks. We're set, ready to go here. We just need to get our okay, FS 1016, speed, initial climb on the MASEV is 7,000, so we'll see if we get higher, and we'll be, oh wow, MASEV is when we pull out of here. Okay. All right, so a lot going on here, folks. I'm going to be right back. I need a chore needs to be done. Stand by. All right, folks. Sorry about that. Okay. I can use the EMAS. It's there for a reason. Okay. I prefer not to. All right, folks, final checks here, and then we're going to get on with clearance and get things ready to go. First things first, let's close up that main door. Okay. Let's see here. All right, so the landing gear, we got 3 green, anti-skids on. We can clear that. All right, we are ready to go. Transponder. Okay. Trim set, we're ready to go. I'm going to go ahead. Go up here first. Okay.
Transport 13, top winds currently 320 degrees, 6 knots. Would you like 18 or do you prefer 36?
Yeah, 18.
There's Transport 13, Roger. Cleared Barmix to Sierra arrival 18 top.
Barmix to Sierra arrival 18 top.
Okay. And we're going as Oslo approach. And real quick. Oslo approach, Scandinavian 482. Stand 15, request clearance to Stockholm.
Scandinavian 482, Oslo approach, cleared Stockholm, MASEV 6 Delta, Randall Bonheim right, climb 7,000 feet, squawk 4514.
And Scandinavian 482, I believe I am. Sorry, too many call signs. MASEV 6 Alpha, 4514 in the box. That is 19. Oh, 19 right. And Oslo approach, Scandinavian 482 copies. MALEV 6A departure, 19 right, 4514 in the box.
Scandinavian 482, confirm MASEV 6 Delta, departure, runway 19 right.
MALSEV 6 Delta for 19 right.
Scandinavian 482, feedback correct.
All right, we'll get that changed here real quick. What am I doing here?
Lufttransport 13, proceed direct Oslo.
Direct Oslo.
Let me just do a quick chart change here real quick. I had a feeling, yep, I had it turned wrong. It is a turn away from the airport, GM 442, 603, Vemen, and then over. Okay. Let's get that programmed in here correctly. F plan. Now 19 right. 6 Delta, 6 Delta.
Gardermoen approach, Scandinavian 2419, descending 3230.
Scandinavian 2419er, Oslo approach, good evening, squawk 3406.
3406, Scandinavian 2419.
Okay, looking good in there. All right. Okay, so one.
2419er identified, descent flight level 100 and expect ILS runway 19er right.
Get to flight level 100 and expecting ILS 19 right, Scandinavian 2419.
Actually, Scandinavian 2419er, expect ILS 19er left.
19 left it is, 2419.
Okay, folks, we're ready to go. I think I got all my charts right.
When ready, descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1015, free speed.
When ready, descent 5,000, QNH 1015, free speed.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Scandinavian 2419er, turn right heading 290, approximately 7 track correction, approximately 70 track miles until touchdown.
Right turn 290 and acknowledge Scandinavian 2419.
And Oslo approach, Scandinavian 482s ready to push back from stand 15.
Scandinavian 482, push and start approved, face east on kilo 2, QNH 1015.
Cleared to push back facing east on kilo 2. QNH 1015, Scandinavian 482. Face east, kilo 2.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Lufttransport 13, when ready, descent flight level 100.
When ready, descent flight level 100.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. Face us east on Kilo 2.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
All right, folks. Spot 52 here is where we're going to actually end up facing east. Okay, brakes released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engine.
I had set up a departure for Gardermoen, but my PC went, nah. That's pretty much what mine did. I had to change everything. Let's kind of watch this.
EGNM 5676 via Bergen, cleared ILS, runway 19 left.
All right, we're going to get in here and get these engines readied. Okay, we got 40. Here we go. That's all it takes, folks, to start them up. This one on flight plan in case they go direct on me. Perf. Oh, crap, that all changed. Okay.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting cowl. Stand by.
Okay, why are you doing this to me? All right, we're gonna go with (149).
LEGPO is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Scandinavian 2419er, turn left by 10 degrees.
Left by 10 degrees, Scandinavian 2419.
All right, so there you go, folks. We weren't expecting that. Let's get this aircraft ready to go. Should have, but I didn't. All right, so okay, get engine 1 cranked up here. Could have done a single engine taxi, but we'll get it cranked up. I didn't expect all of that, folks, so I should have, but I didn't.
Scandinavian 5676, wind 270 degrees, 5 knots, runway 19 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 19 left, Scandinavian 5676.
Ah, they switched.
Scandinavian 2419er, descent 4,000 feet.
4,000 feet QNH, corrections. 4,000 feet QNH, I am saying QNH, Scandinavian 2419.
Okay, we're just waiting for a veil, and then we'll be ready to go. Timer's on. All right, APU bleed off. Ground spoilers armed. Flaps uno. Correct? Yes. Pitch trim. Up 03.
Scandinavian 2419er, turn left heading 220,
Okay.
cleared ILS, runway 19 left.
Left is 0, clear to ILS 19 left, Scandinavian 2419.
Okay, that's good. See how our engines are doing. APU switch off. All right, arm the slides, and we are ready for taxi, folks. Auto brakes max, and elapsed time's on. Terrain radar on. Oslo approach. Scandinavian 482 ready to taxi.
Scandinavian 482, first squawk 4514.
Sorry about that. Totally forgot in my hurriedness. And Oslo approach, we have 4514 in the box. Again, sorry about that.
Scandinavian 482, no worries. Taxi Kilo and November to holding point, runway 19 right.
Kilo November, holding point 19er right, Scandinavian 482. All right. Alright, folks.
Scandinavian 5676, taxi Sierra and Whiskey, stand 77.
Taxi by Sierra and Whiskey, stand 77, Scandinavian 5676, thank you very much, bye-bye.
Scandinavian 2419er, wind 29 degrees, 5 knots, runway 19 left, clear to land.
100 west, clear to land, Scandinavian 2419er.
Oslo approach, hello, Nordic 7 Tango Echo, stand 173, type Boeing 737-800, -8 is request clearance to Tromsø.
Nordic 7 Tango Echo, Oslo approach, clear to Tromsø, Rib 6 Delta departure, runway 19 right, climb 7,000 feet, squawk 4061.
Alright, we're cleared Tromsø, Rib 6 Bravo departure, runway 19 right, initial altitude 7,000 feet, squawk 7061, Nordic 7 Tango Echo.
Nordic 7 Tango Echo, negative, squawk 4061.
4061, Nordic 7 Tango Echo.
Nordic 7 Tango Echo, read back correct.
Alright, folks, we are on our way, and let me know if ATC is too loud. I'm going to try to figure out how to lock this in so we always hear it, even if I don't have the screen up. We'll figure it out. It's something new.
263, Oslo approach, good evening.
But anyway, folks, we're on November to the holding point, 19 right.
Flight level 120.
Clear to Lunit 4 Mike arrival when...
And I hope y'all enjoyed the run from Bergen to Oslo, however you say it. I've been
263, negative, when ready, descent, flight level 120.
now we're off to Stockholm. But welcome in, folks. Thank you so much for flying today with us and being a part of the stream. Hope to make this pretty enjoyable. Hopefully it's been enjoyable to this point. We almost had an incident up in Bergen because I wasn't paying attention to the sky, and nor was the guy communicating. You know, granted that's a contributing factor, but I should have paid attention and saw him and didn't. So, to this one, we at least have controllers, so we'll know before we run into trouble. Let's get this bird ready to go before the end. Hey, takeoff config. Good. Transponder TARA. We're ready to go.
Thank you for the service, bye-bye.
Thanks for flying, good evening.
Beautiful day now here. Came in with storms just off to the east here.
263, proceed direct B docks, expect ILS, runway 19 left.
See direct B ducks, expect runway 1 LS 1 left.
Scandinavian 482, line up and wait, runway 19 right.
Scandinavian 42 lining up Waiting 19 right. We're ready to go. Now, technically, you wouldn't turn your runway lights on as courtesy till you're cleared for takeoff. You just roll out with strobes on and maybe your taxi light.
482, wind 280 degrees, 3 knots, runway 19 right, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 19 right, Scandinavian 482.
Gardermoen 4406, Oslo approach, cleared Tromsø, RIB 6 Delta departure, runway 19 right, climb 7,000 feet, squawk 0216.
Here we go, flex it.
This is clear to the Chicago Airport, RIB 6 Delta departure, also 19 right.
Airspeeds are alive.
7,000 and squawk 0216.
Gardermoen 4406, feedback correct.
B1. Rotating. Got a positive rate. Gears coming up.
Windows 263, proceed direct peak last.
Proceed direct peak.
Gardermoen 482, identified, climb flight level 210 and report your current altitude.
Alright, Scandinavian 482 is out of 2,600 for flight level 210. Okay.
Approach Nordic 7 Tango Echo stand 173 information Tango request push and start.
Nordic 7 Tango Echo, push and start approved, QNH 1015.
QNH 1015 push approved, Nordic 7 Tango Echo.
And also Scandinavian 4406, stand 16, ready for push and start as well.
Gardermoen 4406, push and start approved, QNH 1013.
Start approved QNH 1015 for Scandinavian 4406, thank you.
Okay, we're
Oslo approach Scandinavian 52 Hotel, report flight level 310.
Scandinavian 52 Hotel, Oslo approach, GOKAB, cleared ADOPI, 3 bike arrival, when ready, descent flight level 120.
Copenhagen, as to you as well, cleared
8,000.
ADOPI 3 bike arrival, and when ready, descent to flight level 120, Scandinavian 52 Hotel.
okay, we're coming up on transition. Here, it's 8,000 feet. I think it all depends on pressure out here as to where they set it. So we'll give it to the 8,000 mark and then we'll push it. And by push it, we'll just push the standard button now. And basically, folks, so you can see what we're doing here, because we didn't really brief this departure. Okay. So you can see we came off 241 to GM 442, and then we're just kind of working around the horn. Whereas before we would, oh, excuse, got the hiccups. We would have came off this runway and hooked our way that way. That's all. And I kind of figured that it isn't, oh, the hiccups are biting me big time. All right, well, we're 10,000 feet. Let's get those lights off.
At Levin 482, monitor Unicom 122.8, Solo.
122.8 for Scandinavian 482. Thanks for the ATC. All right, and I had already known center was down. All right, so it was kind of weird because it kept showing online on Simulware, but wasn't showing on here. Stockholm is not up. However, what's over here? Helsinki is up. So very close, but still, again, not our areas. Hang on, I got one. Gothenburg. I thought about going down there. Doggone it. Chose Stockholm instead. Yeah, well, we're still within range. Who knows? Maybe we'll head there on another flight. Okay, so we can clear the LS. Let's go to airports here, even though we're going to be real quick. Over here, airports. Welcome back, folks. We are in the climb, handed off to Unicom, headed for top of climb. Actually, our top of climb is actually now 29,000. There we go, because we don't have center. Otherwise, we would have to hold up. But since we don't, we're heading on. All right, folks, great flight underway here, headed to Stockholm. I have no idea where they're going to park us there either. Feel free to join along, folks. I was just showing our departure. Real quick, you can see the difference where we went this way for 19 left. I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to do my, let's just kind of scoot over there. No, it wouldn't work here. You got to go. I had a feeling they'd loop us around the other way. Hence, I took a couple seconds, which ended up being a lot of couple seconds, to have to reprogram. Didn't catch that my runway had changed all that data. All right, so we're on our way, folks, estimating 30 minutes into Stockholm. Hope y'all are enjoying. It's been a fun day. I'll put it to you that way. And it's amazing because we had a pretty decent amount of storms right out here. And now they're all gone. So, yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I was kind of hoping to fly through them. We'll bunch up to 40. And we do still have some storms between us and Stockholm, but nothing around Stockholm. Oh, what a flight. All right, we're passing 20,000 because of the shortness of the flight and the fact the airline always likes to make money. Let's let our flight attendants try to sell you all some alcohol and food. Always sometimes not a good thing. Hit turbulence, that food can become a different type of projectile. But we'll not go down that road. Not going down here. So, again, hope y'all are having a great weekend. I know we're coming off. Yesterday, we were planning to fly this flight or series of flights, but instead we had our grandchild, our oldest grandchild here, plus during the week we watch our, it's kind of fun to say, middle grandchild, by only a week, mind you. The two were basically born almost together from my youngest and middle child. So it's kind of funny. Anyway, we watch her though to help her out. So anyway, folks, because of that, we were just unable to stream yesterday. It just, when we have the 3-year-old here, it is just a nightmare to try to stream and have her and all. So we just kind of say, you know what, the streams can wait till the next day or the next day, whenever, and then get back into it. It's just a whole lot easier. And it makes the grumpy old man that they like to call me, and kind of fit the bill. Not as grumpy. So, and today, those two, plus my youngest daughter and wife, are playing over at the Butterfly House here in St. Louis. Yes, we have a Butterfly House. Not only a zoo, not only an aquarium, but also a butterfly house. And it's actually pretty cool. I've been there a couple of times. I actually kind of like the place. So that'll be fun for them. So, all right, so we're on our way up to Stockholm. Feel free to come out of Gothenburg, Helsinki, or pick your own place and meet up, folks. Love to come in. Love to see you all on flying. That's our main goal here, folks. Two things. One, to help you through these payware aircraft, because some of them do get a little tough to understand what they're asking for, and believe me, it's taken 2024, so better part of 25 years for me to kind of piece these airplanes together to, you know, understand each one's little intricacies. Anyway, you get the word. Try to make it so that you can learn something from each of these streams. Plus, and probably most important, to help promote flight simming for those of us that can't afford the real thing. And get out there and fly, folks. I'm going to tell you, even though we're flying on computer screens, and I have had the blessing, honor to actually fly small aircraft back in the 80s. Love to do it today, but folks, like I just said, it's a very expensive proposition. We're blessed to have the computer, aided flight sims. Don't care which one you fly. Personally, I think X-Plane 12's the better, but we could squabble this till Revelations opens up in the Bible, folks, which is called End Times. But just get out there and, just getting up and flying helps me and has helped me for many years to just decompress. Now, for a while there, yes, 10, 15 years ago when I flew DCS, it allowed me to decompress by blowing things up on the screen. Some of you enjoy that with your other games, but DCS gives you that with combat aircraft. But overall, just right here, folks, gets me disconnected from all of a lot of the worries in the world, aside from that which I give the Lord, because I give all my worries now to the Lord. It's a nightmare, but we just day by day. But this just helps me get through them. and I get to share with you that which I've learned over the years on the sims. Now, am I as fluent as I was with FSX and A Century of Flight with the simulator getting deeper into it? No. Wish I was, but no. I still have a lot of problems with the learning curve from FSX and A Century of Flight over to X-Plane 11, 12. But let me tell you, those where I'm at on the curve now, folks, is the little things like how do you line up the scenery files so that they're, you know, not constantly telling you you're missing something. Stuff like that. But I can get in here. I can help show you how to start these aircraft up for the most part, except helicopters. Then again, is helicopter a real airplane? By all laws of physics, it should not fly. But then again, C5 falls in that category too. It only has one law of physics that makes it fly. Put enough power behind a brick, it will fly. Put enough air beneath a plane, it will lift off the ground. Hence how helicopters fly. We'll just put it that way. Being nice to someone that I know flew them in the sand pit over. So all right, folks, we are in Sweden, headed for Stockholm. Scandinavian 482 is the call sign. But anyway, we try to have fun here, folks. But if we impart some knowledge to you, that's even better. If you get into the cockpit and start flying, even better. Even if it's not Toliss or Zebo or any of those, and you pick up a Cessna 172 or any of the other general, hey folks, you know, believe me, it is so much fun. And you don't even have to be on VATSIM, folks. You can do this offline. Get comfortable with your planes and your approaches and all of that. And then when you feel you're ready, dabble with VATSIM. Listen, learn, and enjoy. All right, so let me see where we are. I have a feeling we're very close. We're 43 miles out. Let's call up our handy-dandy landing performance thing here. Reset. And let me just see where we are. ESSA 1850 suite. Okay, so we got the current data. Air conditioning on, pilot good. Landing on a 10,800 foot runway. Let's compute. The non-Southwest Airlines type of landing, where we don't slam you through the seats in front of you. We were talking about reject takeoffs earlier, folks. Pretty much any Southwest landing comes close to the violence of a rejected takeoff. And Southwest does that just about every time they land. No, just kidding. Any Southwest airline pilots want to refute that? Didn't think so. I'm going to tell you this much, folks. Of all the airlines I've flown, and I haven't flown many. I've flown Delta, American, Piedmont, before it became the little puddle jumpers. We're talking back in the 80s. TWA. And I'm here to tell you, folks, and Southwest and Allegiant, they're all the same. Honestly, folks, they're all the same. So y'all can say, you know, I hear them or heard them, how they would let us know, well, It wouldn't happen this way on United. Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, yeah, it does. You just been fortunate not to have it happen to you. And they would treat us differently. Not really. So Southwest does, I think, a fair job. I'm not going to say the best job, but neither does any airline do the best job when things just go the wrong way with a flight. And folks, remember, they're machines. They're not, the aircraft are machines. So when they break, there ain't nothing you can do. They have, you want to go fly a broken plane? Hey, go right ahead. I ain't flying with you. I want to get there. So, all right, so what I'm doing here, folks, is just filling in the approach page. We need the QNH. Granted, we don't show it here. We show it in inches of mercury, but it was right here. I always forget that when I'm in Europe. 030 for the wind. We'll double check this. It could be higher. And now we need our baro or radio. And all we're going to do is just check the one coming in on one left, folks. So we need 200 feet, or I could put 299. Let's do it that way. Folks, it's the same point in the sky. There is, you know what that probably means. There's 99 foot difference between the runway and the sea level. Okay, so we'll go with that, and we're set up for the arrival. And there comes the hockey stick announcing it right there. Now, I'm going to go back to the perf page. Do not, let me rephrase this. I recommend you do not click that activate approach phase. Personally, I normally don't. But if you just feel, oh, I gotta push the button, I have to push buttons, wait till you have control of your airspeed. Right now, it's in a managed state, meaning it's working with the onboard airplane computers. When you take over, you're setting the airspeeds, then do it. Otherwise, you're going to drop to, hang on, I'll take us back to the approach phase, 150 knots, and drag it all the way in until you take over. All right, so be very cautious with that. And it will put you in approach phase at a certain point. I think it's when the gear, well, when the flaps get to 2. Anyway, it automatically switches. I have just never paid attention. So, all right, descent time. We need to be 10,000, 5,000. Let's go for 10 right now. The dot means managed, which means it's being controlled by however your McDo is set up and how that relates to the this arrival procedure. So let's just say I have 2 fixes between here and SA 912. We don't. We have just the one. Any of those have altitude restrictions, it will meet them to make that above, and it's above 10,000, so it's not even aiming for 10,000 at that point. So we'll just kind of monitor things, see how we do here. Yeah, the weather radar is on. Okay. I was gonna say, we're starting to fly through some weather here, folks. Prove it, let me bring charts in. Neat little feature on here, folks, that overlays the weather. So it has been dissipating. Oh wait, we're not on track. Oh, I just realized that. We're way over there. So again, you can see. It kind of helps you, folks, just so you get an idea. Where is the precipitation in relation to me? Sometimes it'll show on your radar, sometimes it won't. So all right, we are in that managed descent right now. You can see right here, this dot represents where that, if you want to call it, sweet spot is for your descent. And what you basically want it is between these two lines here. That's where I've been told. Now, to me, I'm fine with it between these two. We're coming down at a good rate. We'll make it easily probably to 10,000. So, but again, thanks for being a part with Flying with Mike. My pleasure out here. We've got just what about 10 minutes to go to Stockholm, and we'll probably put a wrap on it today, but you know, we'll take a look and see what we could maybe look into, especially if there's any fun events out there that we might be able to partake in. Whoa, we got a safari night. Where is this? Oh, it looks like ZFW's got an event in 3 hours. 15 hours from now. Oh, man, I'll bet that's fun. The Manila Rush. That probably is fun. Then we have tomorrow the Eindhoven Marcel Shuttle. I am not about to try to... But yeah, a lot of stuff going on. All right, but yeah, that Safari Nights, it's on right now. Interesting, Northeast Africa. So basically, we're talking places like. Bear with me here. I'm catching up where I am. All right. Kenya and working your way up. I'm actually going to go look at it on SimiWare, see what it's doing. Again, down in Africa. I don't see... Oh, there it is. Actually. Got where... Oh, no, we're down here. Further south. I was going to say, I've got a flight with Mac Air that I need to get done. It's been a couple months for our African tour. But it's a little further south. Yeah, they're really, wow, they're going from Salem to Nairobi to Kilimanjaro. Looks like a pretty cool event down there. Now, there I am. Trying to figure out where I'm hiding. Boy, there's a lot of aircraft gathering here. Alright, just getting things reset. I do enjoy flying in and out of Nairobi. Always a neat place, folks. That's why I kind of signed up for that a tour with Millennium Aviation. And folks, there are many tours like that. There's one we did all 3 legs up in Alaska. They're all over the place. Formula One to 3 different tours for Africa. Check it all out. But folks, Millennium Aviation, the airline we've been flying with this morning, just a phenomenal airline. They pretty much opened it up so that when you join, you don't have to, you know, they won't carry every aircraft in every livery. But what they've done is you may have a TU-154. You don't know what that is, look it up. And you want to fly it. Bet you can find something. And it'll be in, you know, could find them there, or you could fly them in the U.S. The way they're structured. So check them out, folks. You come in the open division. If you find something where you can't find a city pairing with the airplane you want to fly, join the charter division and make your flight up. They also have a cargo division, a historical division, and believe it or not, that means history aircraft are there. If you find them, they have routes. Okay? So check them out, folks. They're at Millennium Aviation. The link is in the chat box. You're gonna find a nice laid-back atmosphere, really good, and we have a destination of the month, which actually is right off the coast from where we're at. So I don't remember the name of it. What's it called? Mary Hams, and from what I understand, your Saabs, your ATR services, CRJs, Fokker 100s, there's an airplane a lot of people don't know of, and the Boeing 717-200. Call it a DC-9. Boeing took over and they just couldn't handle DC. That's why, never mind. I'm not going there. But it's a 6,200 foot runway off the coast here of Sweden. All right, we're coming into 10,000 feet. For legacy flights. I'm not a big fan of the MD-80 or DC-9s. So, I know a lot of you out there like those planes. They never really tickled my fancy. Be honest, even the MD-11 doesn't really, but it's such an easy plane to fly. It's just, all right, so we need get our altitude working to 8,000. And get up here, get set up for the approach. All right, and I don't know, it seemed like we had a little longer in cruise. I guess because we didn't go up as high, 2,000 foot difference. But anyway, Okay, we're set. All right. Any speed restrictions since we got caught by the... Okay. 808 we do, maximum 200. All right, maximum 200, 180 at 802. That's right. It is an Airbus there, Mr. Hawker. If people just look at it that way, they find it's pretty easy then. What I try to do is make what seemed like a hard airplane to a lot of people. Try to find a way to show them how it is really easy. Now, why did it do that? Hey, brake set. Okay, we're back on. Okay. But yeah, you are correct, Mr. Hawker. You are correct indeed. It's just like DMD is just like the Airbus. Give it a try, folks. You'll kind of agree. All right, I am going to go ahead, take over the speed now. Now, technically, I could come over here to perf. I think we've already, yeah, we've already gone there. So it's already, see, it's already automatically done it, and I didn't do anything. All right. So that's where I get, you know, you don't really have to click it. Okay. All right, let's get our LS set up. Shouldn't need both autopilots, but you never know. Go ahead, dial down a little bit. There we go. And we're going to set 2500. All right, so we're setting to be at or above 2,500 feet now, and time to slow her up. Can always help it along, folks, with the spoilers. Okay, I just activated the localizer. We're just about ready to catch it. As we're kind of easing in here. Okay, slowing to 160. We're talking 137. Okay. Think we got a runway ahead of us, folks. Stockholm traffic, Scandinavian 482 on the ILS, approximately 7 miles from the field, 1 left. Correction, Scandinavian 482 is on 1 right. I'm on 1 left, sorry. I'll learn.
2,500.
All right, folks. We get confused. Glide slope. Landing gear. Okay, let's arm the spoilers.
2,000.
Flaps full. Brakes low. Ready for landing, folks. Okay, looking pretty good. Getting a little high, so we'll adjust the pitch a little. Just about on it. Let's see how this works out. All right, all the terminals are on our right-hand side here, folks, so don't have my visual cues yet. All right. Landing.
300.
100 above.
200.
Minimum.
Again, landing.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Why would I contact them? Well, I will when I get off the runway. Stockholm traffic, Scandinavian 482 off, 1 left, clear of the runway. All right, parking brake set. Let's find out what the heck they want. Helsinki Center, this is Scandinavian 470 or 482 at Stockholm. While we have this interlude here, let's clean up.
In the middle of the arrival, addition 1301 ready, and after 1 back up.
Helsinki Center, Scandinavian 482, were you trying to get a hold of us? I'm thinking not, if you're not going to talk to me now. Okay, no response, going back to Unicom, taxiing into Stockholm. I tell you. My guess hit the wrong airport. Or wrong aircraft. This time we didn't forget to start it. I'll be honest, I have no idea if I'm going in the right place or not. We've been loving stand 1-5 all day long. You know what? We'll just take it here. Oh, blindfold. Okay, let's call it. All right, brakes on. All right, got to get the fan on. All right. All right, landing mode, ground spoilers. We do have those down, flaps up. And I am going to go 2 clicks, 3 clicks. I think I went one too many. Yes, I did. Don't know what Helsinki wanted, but you know what? Not too overly concerned. All right, terrain's off, correct? All right, let's get the bleed on and start unloading, shall we? All right, folks, we are in. Okay, I'm going to get up here, turn off the beacon. Everything else looks good. And let's get the chocks in. And let's take a look at this. All right, we're in the gate. All right, so let's go back. We'll check it here. 268 feet a minute. I didn't think I landed that hard. That's what the airline's saying. Let's pull up Sim Toolkit in a second here. Okay, so we're looking good here, folks. All right, Sim Toolkit, Sim Toolkit. All right, well, we just missed it there. Helsinki, by the way, is right here. All right, looks like they got us at 477. So 2 rather rough landings. Oh well, did our best. Okay, it was an hour-long flight, 200 miles. A lot better on the G's, 1.5 and 477 feet a minute. We hit our landing speed pretty good there, folks. Little high on the approach, even though we seemed to be tracking it right. Must have lost it right at the end. And we're parked, I believe, oh, nope, we're right in here. All right, let's look at this landing, shall we? All right, so here's where the threshold is. We landed 2,400 feet down the runway, which puts us, we still got some room here on the landing area, but we pushed it. But again, we're on a 10,800 foot runway, 9 foot off the center line. So really, overall, I think it was fairly decent landing. Not great, but a fairly decent one. All right, let's get Sim Toolkit out of here. And let me pull it off the top. There we go. Hey, I just got off the airplane headed to the restaurant to get some food, folks. So, you know, that means it's a good landing if you can walk away from it. So, all right, well, we are going to come off VATSIM one more time. Hang on, I'm just filling the coffee. All right, let's do what I don't like to do it in between flights. But I will at the end. And what we're going to do, I'm going to try something here, folks. Hopefully it will do it. There we go. We'll start from here. I hope when we look outside the airplane, we won't see a lot of stuff. All right. Hear them big LEAP engines? Okay, I'm gonna see how we did here. See, we are looking really good here, folks. That's why I'm a little confused on it. Then we start drifting up again. I know I started my flare high. Okay, see, this is how this tool, folks, in Sim Toolkit, or Sim Toolkit and X-Plane all work together to help you become a better flight sim pilot. Let it go too far. All right, Hawker, let's see how your view looked. That looks pretty good. Wyatt, I think it's just because I flared too high. Get your cameras out. That really looked pretty good. Let's get out a little ways. Let's look at it from inside the cockpit. See where things might have got a little high there, but I'm dropping in. Okay, I am high. Okay. All right, let's take a look at some passenger views here. Hey, I think I get credit for a few landings there, folks. I'll have to work that with my logbook. I always did call it a joke book. Alright folks, Scandinavian 482 has arrived at Stockholm. Hope y'all enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed Bergen over to Oslo. I don't know how you pronounce it any better than Oslo, but I hope y'all enjoyed. And then I hope you enjoyed this leg, Oslo over to Stockholm. Folks, it has been so much fun today flying. I hope you all have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll be looking for another adventure to head out on here shortly. So for now, folks, I hope you all have a great day. We're gonna put it back in the blocks. Things. And back over here. Alright, let me make sure the chocks are back on. They are. Get the doors open. And there we go, folks. You know what? We're even going to call the caterers. Been a long day. Why not? That just didn't work, right? Well, folks, there you have it. I hope you all had a great time. God bless you all. And we'll be back at it Monday with more flights. We'll see you then. God bless.